First session today. We have 3 talks in this session, and they are all online. Our first speaker is Victor Zuba, and he will be talking about subsequence covers of words. Whenever you are ready, please start.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is a joint work with Panagiotis, Solon, Jakub, Wojciech, and Tomasz. We'll be speaking about the new notion of covering strings. Okay, we'll start from the standard definition. So, in the standard power, well, probably everybody knows, it does that the word factorizes into occurrences of the same word. In this cover, we additionally allow some overlaps. So that even though the word doesn't have the power, is not a power, we can still cover it. And well, this all the covers, the shortest one is one, can be computed in linear time. So it's basically already optimal. And then there's also a different notion, a shuffle power. Here we've got the power, but we do not have to have these factors as words, but as a subsequence, but still we don't allow any overlaps. Okay, this problem is much harder. It has been proven that already testing a single candidate is NP hard. And it's quite some time ago. Also, even checking if this is a square, that is, if this decomposes into 2 same sequences, or just finding the shortest word for which this is shuffle power, are also NP complete. Okay, now I define the new notion of cover as subsequence covers, usually shorter versions as is cover. Okay, so we want to cover with subsequences. So let's see that here there are 2 subsequences which are equal, ABC, AB, and every position here is covered with the position of one of the occurrences, but as you can see here, we can use the same letter in a few different occurrences. So in the big picture, well, when we don't allow overlaps and use subwords, we got the power. If we allow overlaps, we got the cover. If we don't allow overlaps but use subsequences, this is a shuffle power. And here's our new notion. And now the rest of the presentation will kind of show that this notion is kind of in between covers and shuffle powers when it comes to the hardness of computation. Okay, so what are the real problems here? First problem, we will focus about testing a single candidate. Okay, we've got word S and a candidate. As you can see here, well, we can cover it, so the output is yes. For checking, then we check that if the word has any cover, it's not trivial. Of course, the whole word itself is S cover, so this is finding any S cover wouldn't be interesting, so we only focus on non-trivial covers. Here you can see, well, this example has, this one doesn't have any non-trivial subsequence cover. Then, of course, there is the notion of finding a shortest one. Here I use a shortest one and not the shortest one. Later you'll see that this is not unique, that there can be 2 covers of the same length, even 2 shortest covers as covers. And there is also a combinatorial result, which basically we focus on checking the language of these words which don't have non-trivial S covers. And we will see that for constant size alphabet, this is quite small language, so we can use it later to achieve results for the second and third question. Okay, so let's start with the algorithmic part. Well, testing the single candidate. Okay, so we need to cover every position, that is, well, check every position of S. So basically, we need to find an occurrence of a subsequence equal to C that contains this position. Okay, let's define 2 special occurrences. The first one, well, lexically, first one, we start from left to right and just find the first one. With the last one, the same from the second link. Okay, and then there is a lemma, which says basically we can use the greedy approach. If there is an occurrence which covers position I, then there is such occurrence which only uses the position I and the positions of these two special occurrences. That is basically we start with some positions of the first occurrence, then use position I, and then end with the positions of the last occurrence. Okay, how can we use it? We can focus only on those positions. So let's define two values for every position. Right I, which means that this is the first element of blue, which is to the right. So we can basically use all of those elements as the ending of the subsequence. And then we define almost symmetrically prefot I, that is the yellow elements, but because we want to cover this I with the element that has the same letter, we need to give an additional property. Okay, so then if on the right there is enough many elements to finish such a subsequence, we start with the elements of the first occurrence and this element I, then this position can be covered. Okay, so basically this gives us an algorithm in linear time. We need 4 scans to find this yellow and blue subsequences, and then finding pref and right also just a single linear scan, although we use it in the integer alphabet. So why do we need it? Well, to really compare this. In fact, we have a smaller result that shows that if the alphabet is completely general, we cannot do this in linear time. We have to use the sorting, which gives us additional n log n. Okay, so I told about this language of words which doesn't have an trivial S-cover. We want to find shortest S-cover, so what are the candidates? For completely general alphabet, if every letter is different, then this cannot have any non-trivial S-cover, so we are screwed. But what happens for a small alphabet? Okay, if the alphabet is just A, then just like with the powers of standard covers, there is the shortest cover, which is just one letter. So it's okay. What happens when the alphabet is binary? Well, let's say that the word contains a square. Then, we can replace this square with a single occurrence of this word, which makes the square. And this will give us a non-trivial S-cover. So this language only contains words that are square-free. And in fact, for binary alphabet, this is exactly the language of square-free words. So, if you have a binary string, we can just use the algorithm for these 6 candidates, and this gives us a linear solution. Well, what happens for larger alphabets? There are infinitely many free words over ternary alphabet. Here, however, there are some other properties, which shows that, in fact, there is still a finite number of such words, or blank at most 8. In fact, here it's enough to use some kind of a version of the square-free that is kind of the no gap repeats containing all the letters of the whole alphabet to prove it. Okay. What happens further? Well, for alphabet of size 4, the words gets long, and already we have to use computer experiments. And in fact, the experiments ran for 1 minute, and for 5 it was already too slow. Okay, but what happens for a completely general as the size of the alphabet? Well, the most interesting property for us that is showing if this language is finite or not. So we define the maximal length of the word in this alphabet. If this length is finite, then also this language contains only infinitely many words. Okay, so for 1 it's 1, for 2 it's 3, for 3 it's 8, for 4 19. But it grows quite fast. It's hard to really compute the real value. So we will focus on inequalities, finding some approximate value of those. Okay, so we'll start from the easier property, that is the lower bounds, and less interesting for the users. But okay, let's say that the letter appears only once in the whole string. Well, then the cover also has to contain this letter because well, the position has to be covered. Then it only can contain this letter once. In every occurrence, this position must map to this. So the prefix and suffix have to be covered independently. Okay, so that does mean, well, if we take one letter, then copy this word and add a different letter, and do it many times, we get a Zimin word, which has no non-trivial S covers. This already shows that gamma of k is at least 2 to the power of k minus 1. If we apply this to the already counted examples for value of 4, we get a little better solution. Okay. And for the other upper bound, we will solve for something simple. So if, like the thing of square thickness, if a word, subword, has a non-trivial S cover, and we can use this as cover of this subword and just add the prefix and suffix to obtain a non-trivial S cover of the whole word. Okay, so how can we use it? Well, as you can see, well, the word of length larger than gamma of k minus 1 has to contain all different letters. Because otherwise, this word would already contain the non-trivial S cover. Okay, but then let's say that we have two such words which are equal. Then similarly, we can cover this middle part with just this one occurrence of this word. That is, so we take a prefix, suffix, and any position in between that is equal to the word. Because this word contains all these letters, this works. Okay, so then, well, if n is long, quite very long, then it means that this will contain such a structure. Then, okay, so this means that gamma of k is finite. This property just gives us something like a power of k, but still finite. But well, we can do better. Find some real bounds. Okay. Use the same property and find the word that contains all the letters from the alphabet in the order of the first occurrence and the last occurrence in the string. Okay, so what happens? Well, if we have a long string, then this part which contains all the letters must contain the whole F. And this last part must contain all the whole L. Okay, some longer parts here. There is k of such parts. Each must contain every letter. So in fact, well, this contains the first letter of L, this contains the second letter, and so on. Okay, so this string contains FL, FL as a subsequence. Well, how can we use it? We can show that just the FL single one is an S cover. Okay, let's say that we want to cover a position in the first half. Okay, here we got an occurrence of substance of L, and here we cover this position with an occurrence of F. This part contains full F, this part contains full F, so we can do this. Okay, so what does it give us? Well, this gives us a little better bound. If we do some tricks, for example, well, these parts can overlap a little, we get more general bound. This shows that, well, it's between kind of a 2 to the k times 2 to the k times factorial. So it's already kind of both lower and upper bounds are similar. Okay, so what does it give us the algorithms? Well, we started with the single candidate. This is similar kind of algorithm. How can we find the shortest discover? Well, we can test all the subsequences, which gives us n times 2 to the power n, or we can test all the words in this language of non-trivial discoveries. Well, basically, we can check all the words up to length this gamma k, and all this is the real gamma k, not just a upper bound or something that's this amortizes to this thing. Okay, so since we showed that gamma k is constant for constant k. For a constant alphabet, this gives a linear time algorithm. Of course, it's a little ugly, but okay. Well, also we can do a little better if we just want to find any non-trivial S-cover. Then we can just take if the word is short, we can just find the short test S-cover. If it's longer than gamma k, we can just find the shortest S-cover of this gamma word of the prefix of short length count k plus 1 and concatenate with the rest. And using it many times, we can find S-cover of length at most time. Okay, so these are to the open problems. Well, we've shown this thing for the constant size alphabets. What happens for the completely general alphabets? Is it even doable in normal time? Is it NP hard? Also, well, we have the values of gamma k for small k, but maybe using some better way of implementing the findings, using some properties, we can make it more efficiently and count the further values. Also, we have a conjecture that, well, with this value, gamma k has this recurrent relationship to the previous value. It works for the already computed gamma k. It's kind of similar to the bounds we have. That is, well, instead of multiplying, we add the scale. Okay, and now in the end, I will also show one property which shows that, well, there can be, it's pretty hard, maybe not NP hard, but this shows that the problem of finding shortest cover really can have many solutions. Okay, let's take this word as an example. Okay, any cover has to contain letter D, and before that we has to contain letter ABC in the beginning of here. So this is the shortest candidate, but this candidate doesn't cover the middle position. Okay, so the shortest cover has to be longer. So let's take one letter more. So this subword, sequence one, already covers the whole thing. So this is the shortest S-cover of this word. Okay, but S is a palindrome, C is not. So C reverse is also an S-cover. So this shows that this word has two different shortest S-covers. Well, if we use the Z-min property again, we can take 4, 16, and so on, 2 to the power 2 to k, shortest S-cover. So if we take length n prefix of this word to infinity, we get exponentially many different S-covers, even though the alphabet is still quite small. It's not constant anymore, because then it will be constant, but it still is quite small. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Victor. Do we have any questions for him? And I'd also like to say that if you're participating online, then feel free to just open your microphone and ask your question if you have one. Okay. If there are no questions, I guess we can just move on to the next talk. Thanks again. So our next speaker is Laurentius Leonard, and he will be talking about online algorithms for finding distinct substrings with length and multiple prefix and suffix conditions. So let's see if we can get him online.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can also see your slides. Please.
All right, then I will start the presentation.
Yes.
So, hello, my name is Leonard from KC University, and today I will present online algorithms for finding distinct substrings with certain conditions. This is a joint work with Professors Inenaga, Banai, and Mieno. So a bit of background here. So we know from previous research that prefix, suffix, and length conditions can be used in packet classification. That is to tell which application a packet comes from. So for example, cannot tell packets have a substring that starts with any of these words as the prefix and ends with any of this as the suffix. So we would like to find distinct substrings fulfilling these conditions so we can analyze them without wasting time on duplicates. So for example, if we have a text like this substring which occurs twice fulfills the prefix and suffix condition because it starts with a prefix word and ends with a suffix word. And in this particular example, we also assume that the length condition is for the length to be between 20 and 30 inclusive. So this substring, which has length 23, also fulfills the length condition. So we would like to report this substring. And we also would like to make sure that we only report this once, even though it occurs twice, because we only want distinct substrings. And there's also this other substring that fulfills the prefix and suffix conditions, but this one is too long. Its length is above the upper bound, so we will not want to report this one. So formally, this is the problem that we want to consider. For the preprocessing input, we have lists of strings P and S, and for the query input, we have integers K1 and K2 and an online text T. So the text being online means that it starts out empty and then it will grow by one symbol per iteration. So during the ith iteration, it will be the length I prefix, which we will call Ti. And for the output, we define this set called ANSI, which is the set of distinct substrings of Ti that has some element of P as prefix, some element of S as suffix, and whose length is within K1 and K2 inclusive. So for each iteration, we would like the following output depending on which problem we are considering. For the counting problem, we would like simply the size of this set. And for the reporting problem, we want the elements of this set, but we also want to exclude elements already in the previous iterations because they are already reported. And there's a similar problem that has already been studied in the past, which is called the followed by problem or the dictionary recognition with one gap problem. So this is that other problem. And what's the difference with today's problem? Well, in this other problem, the prefix and suffix words are given as pairs instead of separate lists. And the length condition is for the gap between the prefix and suffix words instead of the whole substring. And there's also no distinctness condition, which means if there's a substring that fulfills these conditions, we will report them as many times as they occur instead of only once, like in today's problem. So for our proposed problem, we propose algorithms with the following complexities. Here, the double vertical bars means the sum of the lengths of strings in this list, and sigma is the alphabet size as usual. So it takes P plus S log sigma preprocessing time, and for the counting query, it takes Ti log sigma cumulative time, which means the total time from the first iteration until the ith iteration. So all the iterations up to iteration I, but excluding the preprocessing time. And for the reporting problem, it takes Ti log sigma plus the number of elements being reported. And the memory complexity is Ti plus P plus S. Here we're assuming general order alphabets, which matters because it influences the construction time of suffix array and LCP arrays, which we are going to use. So this is the formal definition of the problem that we're considering. We have for the preprocessing input, we have lists of strings P and S, and I already talked about this. Sorry. So we'll show how to solve this problem using an example. So let's say that we're on the 12th iteration. So our text has just grown into 12 letters where it was only 11 letters in the previous iteration. And let's say that we have this as the input. So we would like to compute the solution. So, well, in this particular example, the solution are these two strings. And we can see that these two are the solutions because they are substrings of Ti that do not occur in Ti minus 1. And we can also see that they start with an element of P as the prefix and ends with an element of s as the suffix, and their lengths are also within K1 and K2. So in order to compute solutions like this, we have to look within substrings of Ti, which are also not occurring in Ti minus 1, or in other words, suffixes of Ti that are longer than the longest repeating suffix of Ti. And in this case, the LRS is OLD. So we can look at the positions of Ti. And well, they obviously each correspond to different suffixes that start from each position. Like, for example, this position corresponds to the suffix OLD. So in this case, we would like to eliminate the suffixes that are shorter to or equal to OLD. So we just get rid of the 3 rightmost positions here from our solution candidates. And then there's also the prefix condition. So it turns out that we should not consider all positions as solution candidates, but only positions that are start indices of some element of P. Like, for example, this position 7 is a solution candidate because it is a start index of CO, which is an element of P. So we will have to keep a list of start indices of P, which we will call P list, and we will implement it as a list of integers of increasing order. And next, there's also the suffix condition. So we will have to look at which element of S does Ti has as suffix. In this case, Ti has this cocoa alt as suffix. So that means all of our suffixes that are equal to cocoa alt or longer has exactly this cocoa alt as suffix. So we retain these ones, and then we eliminate the ones that are shorter than cocoa alt because they do not have any element of S as suffix. And so more generally, what if Ti has not only one but multiple elements of S as suffix? In that case, actually only the shortest element of S that Ti has suffix matters, because the strings that has this longer string as suffix is a subset of the strings that have this shorter one as suffix. So we can actually delete these longer ones and consider them redundant. And finally, there's also the length condition. So in this case, we would like to get rid of the solution candidates that correspond to suffixes that are shorter than 9. And obviously, the shortest suffixes have their start indices on the right. So we get rid of some of the elements of P list from the right. And conversely, for the upper bound, we get rid of some of the longest suffixes. So some elements from the left are eliminated. And finally, we have, in this case, these 2 remaining elements that correspond to our solutions, or in other words, our solutions are the suffixes that start from positions 3 and 4. So that is the general idea of the algorithm. We have to maintain a list of start indices of elements of P, which we call P list, and then we eliminate some of the elements from the right and some from the left according to the conditions. So the first thing that we have to do is to remove redundant elements of P and S. In the case of P, if there's an element that has another element as a proper prefix, then we want to delete the longer one. And if there are duplicate elements, we obviously only need to keep one. So we also delete duplicates. And the redundant elements are symmetrically defined for S. So how can we delete these redundant elements? We can just simply concatenate the elements of P to form this string here. And then we look at the suffix array of this string, and we can notice that this suffix array is basically a list of these elements in lexicographic order, and the smallest element is always non-redundant, so we can start by outputting that one, and then we can skip over redundant elements, which are the elements that has this last traversed element as prefix. We can tell which ones are like that by looking at the LCP arrays, and once we have traversed all the elements, we will have output all the non-redundant elements. So the processing can be done in P plus S log sigma time if we do this for both P and S. So we can now assume that P and S have no redundant elements, which means in the context of maintaining plist, it means that there can be no duplicate elements in plist because no two elements of P may share a start index or one of them will be redundant, which is a contradiction. So how can we maintain this plist? First, we will have to detect the occurrences of P, which we can just use a heuristic automaton for, and to actually add the start index to the list while maintaining the increasing order, we will do it like this. So let's say that this element of P small p is occurring at the end of Di, and we would like to add its start index j to the list. And to retain the increasing order, we will have to add this exactly before the successor j prime over here. So we have to compute this j prime. So to do that, we can observe that because these successors are also elements of plist, they are by definition start indices of other elements of P. And we can see that these other elements of P must also occur within our small p. So we can just pre-compute the distance between the starting position of this small p to the leftmost position of other elements of P, which is the successor. And once we have that distance, we can just add this distance to the value of j to obtain the value of j prime, and that is how we can compute the successor in constant time. So the thing here is that it doesn't matter where in Ti the small p occurs, the distance to the successor will always be the same because the relative position of this other element will always stay the same. And so we will have to pre-compute those distances. And how can we do that? Again, we just concatenate the elements of P to form a string separated by the dollars. And using this, we can just, for all small p, we can just locate the occurrences of small p within the other elements of P. And this can actually be done in P log sigma time because, again, because of no redundant elements, the total number of occurrences iterated will be in linear order. So that's how we can maintain plist. And next, we will have to count the solution candidates that fail each of the conditions from the left and from the right. So we can subtract this from the total number of elements to obtain the solution to the counting problem. So for the suffix condition, we first detect the occurring element of S using a heuristic automaton, and then let's say that the start index of this small s is j, then which elements of plist are failing the suffix conditions? They are the elements that correspond to suffixes shorter than this small s, or in other words, have their start index to the right of this j. So in other words, they are just simply successors of j. And we can also notice that, like before, these elements correspond to start indices of elements of P that must occur within this small s. So we can just use the same approach as before, except we concatenate both elements of P and S. And then, well, we just, instead of finding the distance to the leftmost successor, this time we maintain the count of successors. So it is still largely the same procedure, and it can be done in P plus S log sigma time. And there's also the other conditions, starting from the LRS condition, and we can just compute LRS simply by running Euclid's algorithm. And once we've done that, since we know that the start index of LRSI is non-decreasing, it means that the border of this excluded interval can only move one place to the right at most t times. So even if we update the count for every time it shifts, it will still only take linear time. And obviously the same can also be said with the length conditions, for which the excluded intervals will only shift one place to the right exactly once per iteration. So that is how we can maintain plist and also find the number of solutions included by the conditions from the left and from the right. And by subtracting the excluded elements from the number of elements, we can obtain the solution to the counting problem right away, and all of this is done in TI log sigma type. And for the reporting problem, we can just simply report the elements that were not excluded. So that is how we have obtained the time complexities that we have shown at the start of this slides. And for the future work, we would like to consider what we call the no overlaps version of this problem, which is when the prefix and suffix words are not allowed to overlap. So for example, if P is AB and S is BC and BBC, then ABC, for example, is not considered a solution because the prefix AB overlaps with the suffix BC. And additionally, the length condition is for the gap between the prefix and suffix words. So for example, with ABXX BBC, if we interpret BBC as the suffix here, it means the gap length will become 2, but we can also interpret only BC as the suffix because BC is also an element of S, and in this case, the length of the gap will become 3. So we want to find distinct substrings for which there is a valid interpretation that fulfills all the conditions. So we would like to know whether we can also efficiently solve this problem. And that concludes today's presentation. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions or comments, please feel free.
Thanks, Laurentus. So do we have any questions for him, either online or here in the hall?
Okay, so it's more of a comment. Have you seen the papers on gapped co-occurrences? Because they could also be a relevant model for your packet classification application.
I'm sorry, the paper for the gap what?
Gapped co-occurrence. So they look at consecutive occurrence, and you only want to report those where the distance between the two consecutive occurrences are within a certain range, AB. So it's pretty similar to what you're doing.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat that one more time, please?
Of course. So it's just there are papers on gapped consecutive occurrences where they consider two patterns, P1 and P2, and they look for the consecutive occurrence of P1 and P2, and only those that have distance in a window AB. So it's similar, and I think it could be relevant for the motivation you present.
Yes, so is it pretty much equivalent to this gap length interval?
Possibly.
This problem in this slide where the gap here is within a certain interval.
Possibly, I think they just consider two patterns, but I think there's a lot of research on this at the moment.
All right, so like this, except there's only one pair, which is P1 and P2 instead of V and S.
Yeah, and they have to be consecutive occurrences.
Oh.
So you're not allowed to have any pattern in between.
Yeah, I haven't read about that yet, but I think I will get into it. Thank you for your feedback. Yes, there's a link here. Yeah, I haven't looked into this yet, but I think I should, so I will. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Again, I want to remind that those, if you are attending online, then also feel free to just open your mic and ask your question if you have one. Okay, I guess there are no further questions, so let's thank Laurentus again.
Thank you.
And then we can move on to the last talk of this session. The speaker is Dominic Köppel, and he will be talking about accessing the suffix array via the phi-1 forest. So let's see if we can get him online.
Hello?
Yes,
Can
we can
everybody
hear you.
see me and hear me?
Yes,
I don't just see any screen sharing.
we can see and hear you.
Okay, there is just no button for screen sharing. I don't find it.
Okay.
That's the only problem I have. It's interesting. So there is this backstage and it doesn't bring me anything. Is it maybe should I go in and out again and oh wait, is it just get the option to leave the web webinar? I don't know if this is the right one. Let's see.
Okay. Guess we need to wait a bit.
Is it now set up?
We can still hear you. At the moment, we can't see you.
Okay.
So let's wait a little bit.
Okay.
Now we can see you.
Okay. And you can see the slides?
Not yet.
So it says that it's shared, but so it says you are sharing screen in backstage. I don't know if that's
Okay, maybe we just need to wait a bit for the technical personnel to get it up. So.
We have his presentation because I think the problem is his computer or something like that because he has everybody's showing.
Okay, so you will be showing them from here. Okay, there seems to be some problem of getting your slides from your computer to be shown here, but they have the backup slides here, so they will be looking for them and see if we can look at those. Would this work?
okay. Yeah, for sure. Wait, if I push the stop sharing, it does not. Okay. Anyway, yeah. The question is if I don't see the slides, the backup slides.
But we don't see them yet either, so.
Okay.
So he will have to say next so that somebody there click the next slide. Sorry.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have the control.
Yeah. Once we have the slides, we don't have them yet.
Yeah, once we have.
Yeah. Okay. You should have your slide soon, but then you will have to say next to get to the next slide because you will not have the control.
Okay.
But the slides are not up yet, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. Okay. Yes. Now we have the slides, and we see you.
Okay.
Can you see the slides so that you know what you're talking about?
No. that's wait. I'm just taking another. Okay, I'm taking a second computer, and I can see the other slides. Perfect. Whoops. Okay. So if that works out, then let's start in that fashion.
Okay.
Okay. So if I don't know, if I do that, now that's this move, then it means that I want the next slide, basically. Okay, let's see if that works out.
Okay,
So,
and
yeah,
I will let you know if it looks like we are out of sync with the slides and with what
Okay.
you're talking about. Okay, let's
so
do that.
So sorry for the delay. I'll keep it shortly, though, so that everybody can enjoy the coffee break. So this is about how to access the suffix array if you just have the R index via a kind of mystical data structure called the phi inverse forest, which is not that nice forest shown in this picture. And this talk is also pre-recorded, so it's now a little bit shorter than what I did on YouTube, so you can enjoy all explanations there. Let's try and work together with Christina, Herman, and Massimiliano from University of Florida. Yeah, and I'm in Tokyo. You can see the background here from Tokyo Medical and Dental University. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the goal is that we want to find a way how to get the suffix array if so random access on the suffix array if we have just the R index. And why is it important? Because the R index is a refined FM index in that it takes less space than the FM index on repetitive text, but because of that, it has fewer samples, and that makes accessing random access on the suffix array more difficult. Next, please. So, for instance, if we take 3 sequences and we want to index them, what we usually do is that we concatenate them with a $sign and a sharp, so the input text becomes this T. And okay, next slide, please. Okay, then what you get is if you want to compute the FM index, that you usually compute all rotations of input text. So you get this huge rotation matrix. So bear with me for a few slides, this huge example with this tiny letter. So people in the back, please come forward. Yeah, so what the FM index does is that it takes the last column of this rotation matrix, which is also called the Boris-Weaver transform, or shortly BWT, and builds a wavelet tree on it such that it can, for free, count the number of pattern occurrences. So you don't need any special other data structures for that. But if you think about how to locate, so you want to know where these pattern occurrences start in the text, then you need the suffix array. And with that, the FM index samples these suffix array positions by text position. So next slide, please. And if you think about, oh, yeah, that's right. The R index, what the R index does is that it just takes for the run boundaries the suffix array samples. So here highlighted in blue are the starting positions, and in orange the end position of each suffix array run, like this red T run, single character T run. You have on the bottom something orange, on the top something in blue. And if it's blue with an orange border, that means it's just a single character run, so it's both the start and the end of the run. Okay, next, please. So if you just have this information about the suffix array and these run boundaries, how can you get access? And for that, there is this already famous Toehold lemma, which states that if you just look at 2 consecutive suffix array positions, like here highlighted 9 and 17 on the right hand side, you can see that they have both the same BWT value. Then if you, for this blue value is a 9 in this example, you go 1 text position before, which is 8, and you take the next consecutive position in the BWT or in the suffix array. Then the differences of the above 2 values, 9 and 17, and below 8 and 16, which is both 8, so there is the same. And this is not by coincidence, it's just by the two-hole lemma. Next slide, please. Now you can think about that and iterate that process. Like here, we have seen that both TTs are the same. Next slide. Then you can go down and see that, next slide, that there is also an AA. Next slide. A couple of slides now. The next, then you can see here it stays the same difference. So it's still 7 and 15. So and you can continue because it's a C and a C. Next slide. And here it's 9 and 6 and 14, which is still 8. Next slide. And again here, and next slide. Sorry about that. And but here you can see that on the right hand side for 4 and 12 you have a T and a A, so they differ. The BWD differs, but at that point the difference not. But if you look downwards, the next the previous value of 4, 3, and the succeeding suffix array value 20, they have not anymore this difference of 8. So it works as long as you hit this backward search kind of movement. It works as long as you don't hit the run boundaries, that you're at the end of a run and then you break it by having a different character. Good, and next slide, please. So what the RNX just stores are these samples at the run boundaries, and they're important also in this talk. So we name for SX and EX, we create some two arrays, and the X value of S and the X value of E marks the start and the end of the X run, where X is the index between 1 and R, and R is a number of runs in the BWT. We're in particular interested in two queries, namely we want to get the predecessor in E, which can be the value itself, and the successor, but here we want always to have a strictly larger value. And for that, we just build standard predecessor and data structures on that. But I'm not talking much about the RNX. I'm now talking about our new data structure, which is on the next slide. So what we have here is a so-called phi inverse graph, which works as follows. So this graph represents nodes which are the values in E. And I've listed on the left side S and E, and also the predecessor of the next column in S, which is why is it important? Because we draw an arc from one node to another. If this one node, its next column, the S column, its predecessor is this guy down there. So for instance, for 27, you go diagonal to the 9 and query for the predecessor in E, and this gives you 4. So you know that for 27, you go to 4. And you do that for all elements in E. Next slide. So you get this graph here. And we don't just create this graph, we also label the arcs. Next slide, please. And what we do is that each arc has a so-called cost and a limit. And the cost is defined by what you do is that you take the difference between this value and its predecessor in the next column. Like for 27, you go down, you go to the 9, but 9 is not the direct predecessor, but 4 is the predecessor. So the cost is the difference, which is 5. And the limit, it's if you take a value in E, you want to store where is the next value in E. So this tells you, for instance, for 22 in the second row, that the limit is 1 because there's 23 in E. Okay, so why is this graph interesting? So next slide, please. So for instance, we take an edge, 27 to 4. Why do we do that? So for instance, we start with the first suffix array value, which we have already computed. And the goal is that we want to reconstruct consecutively first suffix array entries. And then we want to show how to skip or omit some of these computation steps. So assume that we have already the first suffix array value entry, which is 27. And we query for its predecessor, which is luckily 27 because it's already stored in this graph. So we have cost of 0 across this image is always the difference between the predecessor. And what we do is an arc traversal. So we take the arcs are always unique because each node has just one outgoing arc, and that we take. And we look at the arc and query for its limit, which is here 1, and this limit is larger than our cost, which is 0. So we move along this arc to the node 4 and collect its cost, which is 5. And we add this cost to our accumulated costs, and we already can report the next suffix array value, which is the level 4, the level of the node, plus our cost 5. Next slide, please. So we move on, have the next arc, which is 0, 6. The limit 6 is also larger than our accumulated cost 5. So we can move on to the next node 12 and report it because 12 plus the cost 5 is 17. And that's again the next suffix array value. Next slide, please. Okay, here for this arc, we are stuck because the limit is just 3, and this is large. The 3 is less than what we've already accumulated as costs, so 5. So we have to stop. And here you can see why we need these limits, because it tells us that currently chosen predecessor, which we assumed here 12, and we had the suffix array value 17, that 12 is no longer the direct predecessor, but a predecessor of some other predecessor. So we have to query again for E, which is the current predecessor of 17, which is not 12, but 15. So we go to the next slide, where we can see that we need to take 15, update our cost, which is 2, the difference to 17. And we can see that we can now take this arc, which has a limit of 3, go to 23, add the cost of 1 and report 26 as the next suffix array value, which is the node value 23 plus a cost 3. Next slide, please. So by just taking an arc, we can omit a predecessor query, and this gives us already a small speed up. But to jump over multiple values, we want to be even faster, and for that we cut out long paths like shown here in orange and build fine verse trees on that. Next slide, please. So this is one of these cut out paths, and we interpret each outgoing edge as the node itself. Next slide, please. So this becomes that shape. Next slide, please. We pad up this path to be a power of 2. Next slide, please. Such that we can build a perfect binary tree on top of this path. Next slide, please. And again, next. It's quite a bunch. What we do here is that each internal node gets also a label of costs and limits, where we just sum up the costs of the children, and for the limit we take either the leftmost, the limit of the leftmost child, or the rightmost minus the cost of the leftmost, whichever is smaller. So the left part means that we emulate the traversals that we already did in the past for the leftmost, and therefore paid already C1 costs. Next slide, please. So what we do is that we climb up until reaching the limit of a node. And then if we have reached that, we go down to the first leaf where we exceed the limit. And I can just show you how we did it for a small example. Next slide. Where we take, for instance, we are at 27 and we want to show how far we can get. Let's say we have a cost of 0, and then we climb up, we reach the node 7 minus 4. Minus 4 is not traversable because it's negative. That's also because, and therefore, well, we now descend and go down where we find the node 0, 3, because all other nodes above, we cannot go to the right because we never can exceed, we always exceed the limit there. And there we reached the node 12, and we had the cost 5, which we got from the left branch, 5.1. So we added that up to 12 and get 17. So we reported the third suffix array value when skipping the second one. But we can even skip even more suffix array values if the example allows that. And we did that for some experiments. Next slide, please. With chromosome 19 from the 1000 Human Genomes Project with some machine, and we only did it for in comparison with the standard RNX techniques, because for the other approaches, the techniques are quite similar, that you always start from a known position and then to find verse step, so you subsequently decodes the suffix array. Next slide. Unfortunately, you can see that the experiments are kind of preliminary, and we couldn't see that speed up we wanted to experience. You can see on the right-hand side that the memory is a little bit larger, because we, of course, need to store the fine verse graph and these fine verse trees. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we introduced the fine-verse forest, which is an order of R space data structure on top of the R index. It provides random access to the suffix array, and the query time depends on the length of a run and the values of the cost and the limits. So as open problems, we have only trivial bounds. For instance, for fine verse tree traversal, because you have at most order of R leaves, the up and downward traversal of this perfect binary tree costs order of log R time. Or you can do a predecessor query in that time. But we need more theoretical analysis on the number of predecessor calls. And that's all, and I hope I don't overdo it too much. So, but thanks for listening, and any questions are welcome.
Thanks, Dominic. Do we have any questions either here or online? Travis, you have something?
Hi. I've actually seen this before, but I just thought of something new. So I think in the JACM paper, Nicola was championing it, at least, but maybe also Gonzalo. I know I wasn't involved. They have this thing where they actually get they shaved off the log, so they by storing, basically by increasing, they did a time space trade-off, so they got rid of the log to get optimal time at the cost of blowing up the space by a log factor, because you just store everything above and below. So I guess you could generalize that and say, I don't know, could you generalize that and sort of speed up the phi and the phi inverse by doing blocks, and you could get you can speed up you can speed things up, but you get the product of the time space and time. I mean, whatever speed up you get, you pay for in space. Maybe, I don't know if that's easy to implement and compare, but anyway, that's, maybe that could be also something to compare against.
Yes.
I haven't thought of this
Yeah.
before, but okay.
The question is always who implements it in the end.
Not
If it's
me.
already there, then I can compare, but
I think I have no idea if Nicola implemented that.
yeah.
Any other questions? If not, then I think we can thank Dominic again
You're welcome.
and conclude the session and go for the coffee break, I think.
2. So 2 of this will be below the insertion position, and 1 of 2 is above the insertion position. So we will move the orange pointer to above, and the blue pointer once above, once down. Next, we focus on actually on 3 here. So in this case, the 3 is actually have this condition, but not this condition because the LCP is 0 here. So we move the 3 is not will be moved below the 2 here. So we will move the blue pointer below in 2 position. So we have the insertion position here. Last, how to compute LCP array for S from the LCP array form of T. So first, we consider to update this part. So we have 2 strings here, and its corresponding position in L. So we call it SP prime and SQ prime. So we have the following property. So here we have L, which is the LCP of SP prime and Q prime. So we can see is 1, and as the encoding of SP, the FS for J and K. So it's J and K is the 2. So it's 1 will be smaller than 2, and it will be holds for the first one here. So we update this 2 from L plus 1. So it should be 2. And similarly for the second one. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
So thank you for a very interesting talk.
Okay.
Also, congratulations for dealing well with the technical problems. Are there any questions? Travis? Oh, just Travis, just 1 second. I need to just say this for those people who are online. I will ask again, and you can just unmute yourself and speak. So I can't see you can't do anything in the chat, but you can just speak. And but I will ask again. Now it's Travis's.
Oh, okay. So I mean, there's been work on making like dynamic. Well, actually, yeah. What Dominic and somebody have this new thing about actually fully dynamic VWCs, but there was previous work basically go in and like Salson and some people. Can you go in and use sort of the same techniques and make a change and then just update as much as you need to update if you wanted to make a parameterized BWT dynamic? Could you do that in practice with like bounds in the average case like they used to have for the dynamic BWT?
So do you mean the pi factor here is optimal or not?
No, well, there you would go in and you'd sort of look at so if you wanted to change a character in the text, you'd have to like play with all the characters whose LCPs basically covered that. So anything, but usually the change was pretty local. You change a character and you go in and like do some local fixing.
Okay.
And in practice, it wasn't too bad. Now we actually have something that's better in theory.
Okay.
But can you go in and change stuff in the middle and maybe in practice have to do some local fixing, but only out as far as maybe not so far?
Okay, actually, I don't really working for practical version of this one. So as you can see, the number of positions that should we update is not many. So I think this pi factor can be reduced maybe to the optimal condition. So it should be update only the change one. Okay, maybe.
Okay. Are there any questions online? Any more here in the room? So I have a very quick question.
Okay.
Does this parameterized BWT also have this clustering property? Does it have few runs?
Oh, yes, you can see here, it's not really few runs here. We only have 3 here and 2 here. So, so far, in comparing to BWT, it's not, we can compress it very well. Yeah, with run length. But it's a good, so we shall see that. It's a good question.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you. So thank you. Let's thank the speaker again. So our next speaker is Christian Urbina, and he is going to talk about balancing run length straight line programs.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Christian Urbina. Yes. Thanks. Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Christian Urbina. In this opportunity, I will present the paper titled Balancing Run Length Strike-like Programs, made in collaboration with Gonzalo Navarro and Francisco Olivares. I will start with a brief motivation. A strike-like program is a deterministic context-free grammar generating only one string. I will use a strike-like program and grammar interchangeably. It's easier for me to pronounce. Any variable A produce a unique string. The expansion of that variable, the string generated by the grammar is the string generated by the initial symbol. Rule of the grammars are totally ordered such that no variable can refer to less or equal variables. This is to avoid cycles or ambiguity. The size of the SLP is the sum of the length of the right-hand side of the rules. And the size of the smaller of these grammars is denoted by G, which is an NP complete to compute, but log approximable via heuristics like repair or other algorithms. Here I have an example. To the left, there is a grammar generating one string. To the right is its parse tree. Below the parse tree is the string generated by the grammar. And it is possible to see, in this case, that the grammar is balanced. The string has length 8, and the depth of the grammar, the length of the longest path from root to a leaf is only 3. This grammar is also in the so-called Chomsky normal form. So why are these SLPs interesting? They are useful for compressing or indexing repetitive text. And several queries can be solved efficiently by using the grammar representation of a string instead of the string. So now I will introduce a relevant related work. But first, consider that one algorithm producing balancing grammars take a grammar and produce another equivalent one of roughly the same size, which is balanced. And that is that the depth is roughly the logarithm of the string generated by the grammar. And here is the related work. Ganardi et al. Shows that any SLP, any grammar, can be balanced with only a constant blow-up in its size. With this result, several theorems, hard theorems, can be solved easily. One example is the direct access. It is difficult in general to provide direct access in log n time to the grammar representation of a string. But if the grammar is balanced, this is trivial because we follow the parse tree, which has log n depth. And any result where the depth of the parse tree appears can be improved by plugging or log n. Simplified is the better than improved. Okay, in this work, our contribution is that we show how to balance a strike program, but with run length rules. That are these rules of the form A arrow B to the T, where the expansion of A is the expansion of B concatenated T times. Also, let GRL be the size of the smallest of this run length grammar generating a string. We assume that a run length rule has length 2. We need another symbol to store the exponents. We also, one of our results is that we show how to exploit these balanced run length strike programs to solve queries like what we do with regular grammar efficiently, but in GRL space. The smallest of run length grammar generating a string can be smaller than the smallest grammar in general by up to algorithmic factors. So these help us reduce the space utilized, but solving the same queries. Okay, that about the motivation. Now I will explain something we need that are directed acyclic graphs. Well, a directed acyclic graph, from now on, I call them DAGs. It's a directed multigraph without cycles nor loops. We denote by D the number of edges of this DAG. We assume that this DAG has a root node, and we assume all edges are numbered are distinct. The sink node of the DAG are those nodes without outgoing edges. The number of paths from a node U to a node B is P of UB. We extend this notation to sets. And the number of paths from the root to sink node is N. The parse tree of a grammar or of an SLP of a run length grammar can be easily transformed into a DAG, satisfying that N is the expansion of the grammar or run length grammar. Here we have an example. To the left is a run length grammar generating a string. To the right is its DAG. Okay. To the left of each node is the number of paths from the root, and to the right is the number of paths from the node to sink nodes. Note that these DAGs are like compressed representation of the parse tree of the grammar or run length grammar. So now I will explain the main result of our work. First, I need to introduce the symmetric centroid decomposition of Ganardi et al. This is a decomposition they introduced to their balancing procedure of regular grammars, common grammars. Let D be a DAG and define the lambda and the pairs lambda B to be the logarithm of the number of paths from the root to a node and the logarithm of the number of paths from the node to sink nodes. Then the symmetric centroid decomposition produce a set of edges between each pair of adjacent nodes with the same lambda pairs. So adjacent node with roughly the same number of paths from the root and roughly the same number of paths to sync nodes belong to the same symmetric central path. Why this the composition is useful? It's useful. Why this is because of the following lemma that says, let D be a DAG. Then every node has at most one outgoing edge and at most one incoming edge from this decomposition. Furthermore, every path from the root R to a sync node contains at most 2 log n edges. And this implies that the sum of the length of these symmetric central paths is at most the number of nodes of the DAG, and any path from the root to a sync node intersects at most 2 log n symmetric central path. So if somehow we manage to traverse the symmetric central path fast, we could achieve our logarithmic depth. So that is what we need to take care. To do this, I need to introduce this definition. A weighted string is a string equipped with a weight function, which is extended homomorphically. We will use this function to be the length of the expansion of non-terminals. And the key to traverse symmetric central path is this lemma of Gannard et al., this grammar, specific grammars. For every non-empty weighted string W of length n, it is possible to construct in linear time an SLPG with the following properties. First, it contains at most 3n variables, so its size is linear on the string being produced. All right-hand side of the rules have length at most 4. This grammar contains every suffix, every suffix variable for each suffix. And the most relevant property, the fourth one, is every path from some suffix variable to a terminal symbol in the derivation tree has length bounded by 3 plus that difference there. And why this is useful? Because we will construct several of these grammars, which at the end will telescope in a sum and produce only a logarithmic depth. And here, with all this definition by a previous paper, we prove our new result. That is, if we have a rule length grammar G, it is possible to construct an equivalent grammar G prime with roughly the same size and which is balanced. Okay, then we do as follows. We construct an static program H from our rule length grammar that by unfolding the rule length rules, that is, we replace a rule length rule by the expansion of that, the concatenation of all that of this variable several times. We do that conceptually because we need to do that conceptually to avoid taking too much time on doing this. Then we construct the DAG, D of this grammar, and we observe that this DAG will have O of G nodes because the unfolding does not add new variables to H and to the DAG. Then we compute the symmetric central decomposition of this DAG D, and now we observe that each variable of D that originally was a rule length rule on the grammar, the rule length grammar G, will be the endpoint of some symmetric centroid path. And that is because if we have a variable pointing 2 times or multiple times to another variable, the first variable will have at least the double the size of the other variable, so they cannot be between the same 2 power of 2. So the lambda pairs will be different. 3, the sum of the length of the symmetric centroid path is O of G. This is a consequence of observation 1 with the symmetric central decomposition. So, and why this is useful? Because when we construct the grammar, the size of the grammar will be linear on the sum of the length of the symmetric central path, that is O of G. Okay, let rho be a symmetric centroid path of D, and let that sequence of there be the sequence of variables not followed by each of the variables in row. Note that only the last variable, a sub p, can be a rule length variable. All the other necessarily are binary rules. Let L be the subsequence of left variable of the previous sequence, and R be the subsequence of right variables, but in reverse order for some technical reasons. Here we have an example. Consider the first symmetric centroid path that from A sub 0 to A sub 4. Then there is the sequence of the A primes. There is the sequence L. There is the sequence R. And note that the variable A sub 1 produces the same string as A11, A5 concatenated with A4 and A6, where there is a prefix of L, a suffix of L, then A4, and then a suffix of R. So what does this mean? That for each A sub E, this A sub E will produce the same string as WL, A sub P, WR with WL a suffix of L and WR a suffix of a prefix of R. Then we use the previous lemma of this grammar constructed by Ganardi. And this grammar will allow us to have variables for each of these suffixes that we need. And they will use 3p space in total for a specific symmetric centroid path. We produce new rules, equivalent rules, and we sum over all these small grammars, which yields O of G space. We also need to recover the original Runglen rules and the original terminal variables to have an equivalent grammar, which for now is equivalent and has roughly the same size, asymptotically the same size. Okay, now I need to show that this grammar, Runglen grammar, in fact is balanced. Consider a maximal path in G prime, where each of these subpaths of that form that appears there follow a symmetric centroid path, except by the last edge, that is where it changed to another symmetric centroid path. A path of this type has, by construction, that length there. Then the length of the maximal path has this sum there of as length, and this telescopes to the value to the right. And by lemma 2 of Ganardi et al., this is less or equal to 2 log n, which yield the O log n depth upper bounds. So what can we do now with our balanced Runglen SLPs? We can solve several queries. For example, we can solve carve-grabbing fingerprints in log n time, range minimum queries, previous smaller value and next smaller value, and a class of recursive function depending on the length of the strings, and parameterized by some non-recursive step h. So to summarize, we have shown that any Runglen sprite-like program can be balanced in linear time without increasing its asymptotic size. This is really similar, almost the same as Ganardi et al., but with a minor, with a specific observation. And we showed that we have shown how to use these balanced Runglen grammars to solve queries in O of GRL space efficiently. Well, thank you very much for your attention. And here are the references.
Thank you. So are there any questions? Just to inform those people who are online, so there seems to be a problem. I was told that it's enough if you raise your hand, and then I think we'll work out something. So you should raise your hand, and then you can ask a question. And now Travis can ask a question.
Okay. Hi. So this is probably a ridiculously hard question. So I feel a bit guilty about asking it, but just looking at it. So I was trying to remember if t has to be an integer, if the exponent has to be an integer. I was wondering, first question would be like, what if t can be like not 1.5 or something? And then if you generalize that, you would get something. If you like extend that as far as you can, you get something called collage systems, which you can take prefixes and suffixes of the expansions of the non-terminals. And these are These are very powerful. I forget how they work. But I would just do you think so? The key thing that you don't have to really increase the number of nodes because everything is just like a copy.
Yes.
That you can unfold it without blowing up the number of nodes. Maybe could you you'd probably have to blow it up a bit, but could you apply something like that to balance collage systems? I mean, everything with respect to collage systems is hard, and I'm not actually expecting an answer right now, but just to sort of throw this out there that this is like, it looks like with the T, it looks a little bit like a collage system.
I can say I tried to do that, but I do not remember well why I did not finish it. So maybe I get stuck with something. But I think it could be interesting to try with first internal college systems and then try to give on a step on the general college system. I will try to do it.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I just wonder about how far can you think about making it practical, like implementation, or what would be the main problem?
About practical implementation, I believe it should be pretty straightforward. No, I don't believe this is too hard to implement.
Yeah. Looking forward.
Yes, but I have not implemented it, so I could be wrong. Could be wrong, but
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so Gonzalo would like to say something, I think.
Yeah, just a comment about this thing on college system. I think that even if you manage to balance it, you won't immediately get logarithmic access time, because the thing is that you go down, you are in a small non-terminal, and this directs you to a substring of a bigger non-terminal, and then you are inside a bigger problem again. This is similar to what happens with Lampel-Sieve. So maybe we can balance it, but I'm not sure we will get anything from that.
I know Marcus Lore had a student working on an implementation of the original one of these, but I don't know what happened with it. But it was, so somewhere there is at least a partial implementation of the Ganaria.
Well, that's nice.
But Marcus asked, probably easy to ask Marcus.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then let's thank the speaker again. Our next speaker is Akiyoshi Kawamoto, and he's going to talk about substring complexities and run length compressed strings.
Okay. Thank you for your introduction. I'm Akiyoshi Kawamoto from Kyushu Institute of Technology. Today, I'm going to talk about substring complexities on run length compressed string. This is a joint work with Tomohiro E. This is our outline. Introduction. Recently, highly repetitive strings are rapidly increasing. Typical example are genomic sequences collected from species, similar species, and version documents. There is a lot of research on how to process highly repetitive strings. It is known that highly repetitive strings can be compressed very well beyond information entropy by using repetitive aware. And we are interested in a good complexity measure on highly repetitive string. There are many candidates of compressibility measures. For example, the size of actual compressors like LZ compression, or the smallest size under compression steam like grammar compression. There is also a specialized concept called string attractor to capture compressibility of highly repetitive string. Among various compression measures, we focus on delta, which is proposed by Christiansen et al. In 2021. Delta is the maximum of STK over K, where STK denotes the number of distinct substrings of length K in T. Let's see that as an example of delta. We will consider the value of for this string T. There are the value of STK and STK over K. When K is 2, the value of STK is 4 because there are 4 substrings of length 2, AB, BA, BC, CC. Delta is 2.5. Delta has many good features as compressive measures. Firstly, data can be computed in linear time and space. Secondly, data is robust to modification on strings. Thirdly, data lower bounds other measures. And next, also, if we are given delta, we can construct an all delta log n over delta size data structure for efficient random access and pattern matching. In this work, we propose an efficient algorithm to compute delta for run length encoded strings. Preliminaries. I explain about run length encoding. Run length encoding compresses string T in all row space, where row is the number of runs. This is an example of run length encoding. For each run of a single character is represented by a pair of as character and its number of repeats. A representation size is decreased 12 to 8. I explain about suffix 3 and runs suffix 3. The suffix 3, the compacted trie expressing all suffix of string T. This is example of suffix 3 for T. In order to work in the long-range encoded space, we consider run factory of T, which is the compacted trie expressing the suffix that begin at run boundaries. Run suffix 3 can be represented in order row space because only the suffix that begin at run boundary are represented in the compacted trie. In this work, we showed that delta of string in run length encoding is efficiently computed by run length trie approach. I start with recalling a simple observation on the relationship between suffix tree and substrings. Since a substring is a prefix of a suffix, it is always possible to traverse the suffix tree from the root by a substring. On the nodes of string depth k represent all substring of length k. For example, in this suffix tree for the string, the blue nodes are nodes of depth 2, and they are representing the substring of length 2 in T. That is BB, BA, AB, AA. In short, there is one-to-one correspondence between a node of depth k and a substring of length k in T. And this property allows us to compute delta efficient on suffix trees. We want to consider taking a similar approach on run suffix trees. However, the problem is that only the suffixes starting at run boundary are present in the run suffix trees. Therefore, we may not find a substring by traversing from the root. For example, we cannot find the substring LV by traversing from the root. But still, we can find AB here. If we start traversing from position in the first of the first run, we also find AB here too. Actually, it is always possible to map a substring to such nodes, which we call matching nodes for the substring. So these two nodes are matching nodes for AB. In order to obtain one-to-one correspondence between substrings and nodes, we map a substring to we map a substring to the deepest matching node for the substring which we denote DM in short. This node is the deepest matching node for AB. Let B denote set of the set of deepest matching nodes for all substrings, and DK denotes the set of deepest matching nodes for all substrings of length k. For example, these nodes are in D2. Since the size of DK is equal to the number of distinct substrings of length k, our task is now to compute the maximum of dk over k. This is our main result. Given t of length n in the run length compressed form of size rho, we can compute delta in this time complexity, which is at first at sorting row integers with all log n bits each in all row space. And note that checking this value for all possible Ks clearly takes omega n time. So it is not obvious to achieve this time complexity. In order to achieve our goal, we make use of the monotonicity of decay. By definition, it is not difficult to show that if a node is in decay, then its child is in decay plus 1. Therefore, for each path from root to outleaf, there is at most one node such that the node is in D, but its ancestors are not in D. We call such nodes DMN roots. This is the Ransavik tree of this ring. Note that implicit nodes are represented for clarity. The nodes circled in orange are DMN roots. The nodes with black or gray are not in D. The other nodes are in D and two integers are written. The upper integer is the largest value of K with which the node is in D. And the lower integer is the smallest value of K with which the node is in DK. We can see that the values are kind of monotonic. Let's see how the nodes in DK transit when we increase K. The nodes in color are in D1. This is D2, D3, D4, D5, D6, and D7. As we can see this example, the deepest matching nodes are just right if no explicit nodes are involved. This is D8. With this observation, we can see that the size of decay is piecewise linear with all low species. Let alpha k be the difference between the size of decay and the decay minus 1. Intuitively, when we increase k, alpha k changes only if some explicit nodes or DMN roots are involved, and such events occur all times. From this property, we can divide the interval from 0 to n into all pieces in each of which the difference is constant. Let's focus on a single interval from k up to k plus 1 in which the difference is alpha. Let k be k plus x in the interval, then stk over k can be expressed by this function fx. By differentiating this equation with respect to x and examining the sign, we can find k and its value. Where stk over k is maximized in the interval. By comparing the maximum value, the size of stk over k for all intervals, then we can obtain delta as their maximum. Let's look at the computational analysis. First, We construct run suffix tree or size of row space in C-sort row and time. Second, we compute the diagonal roots in all row space and all row time. Third, we obtain all row intervals of the size of decay in C-sort row and time. Next, we compute max of the size of STK over K in every interval to get delta in all row time. C-sort row n is the time complexity to sort n integers with all log n bits each in all row space. Conclusion. Delta is promising compressibility measure for highly repetitive strings. We propose an algorithm to compute delta in run length compressed time and space. A feature work is to compute delta from other compressed formats such as grammar compression. That's it. My presentation is finished. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any questions online? So I have a question. Have you implemented this? Have you implemented it? Have you programmed it? Okay, it's fine. We can talk about it later. Yeah. Or,
Sorry.
yeah.
Just no.
No. Okay. So maybe it would be a nice task. No. Yes. Okay. Okay. So if there are no questions, then let's have a coffee break. Let's thank the speaker. Oh yes, there is a question online.
Dominic. Just have written on the Q&A something, but probably it's not showing up. But there is a paper from let me see, from Julia, Gabriel, Pavel, and Solon about sublinear space computation of the substring complexity measure. So I just wonder whether you can also apply these techniques introduced in this paper. I have to admit I have not read it, but maybe you can apply it in your run length compressed space setting, just as a comment.
Thank you.
Because you had in the conclusion that you want to reduce the space or work on other complexities. Yes, that's all.
Okay, thanks, Dominic.
Thank you.
Okay, so I was just told the next break is not coffee but lunch, or just break. Just break. No coffee, no lunch. Break. Okay, so let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I will. Should I just start, or do we wait a bit more?
Should we start, or should we wait for more people?
Cool.
Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm Domagoj. I'm your second favorite tutorial speaker of the two. So yeah, after Aidan. This is gonna be part 2. I'll tell you what it is about. So yeah, let's see what this is about. So Aidan told you yesterday what graph databases are, and he told you that there are basically 2 main graph data models that are in use. One of them is this RDF thing, which is a edge labeled graph. So I have nodes, which represent some entities, and then I connect them by the edges, and edges tell me what type of a relationship these entities have. And then we have this a bit more elaborate model, which is called property graphs, which is the same thing, but it adds some extra bits and bobs, such as explicit identifiers for nodes or for edges. So now the node itself is not the data, but what's in the node, it's the data, stuff like that. And it adds this thing where you can have a bunch of attributes with associated values assigned to each node. And again, it respects this thing that Aidan told you about, that it's completely flexible. So you have a node that's labeled like a person. One of them can have 3 properties, like this one here. The other one can have 4. There is no issue with that. It's completely extensible model. Perhaps the main thing to notice in both of these models, basically what I do, I'm in some node, I follow an edge that has some label, like has follower or nose, and I get to another node. And this is what's gonna be the main thing for this talk today. Okay, so also Aidan told you what are the main things for, querying graph databases, because we have a data model, but data model is useless if you can't do anything from it. So querying is the way you extract information from your data, right? And we basically said, well, Aidan said that 2 basic mechanisms for doing this are pattern matching, this thing here, right, where I have like a small graph and I try to map it into a bigger graph. So my query is the small graph. It's some pattern that I am looking in my big graph, and then I can have different semantics, etc. And then the second part was this navigational part, which is maybe what sets apart also graph databases, at least in terms of querying from relational databases. Because if you think about pattern matching, like basic graph patterns, complex graph patterns, there is nothing new there in comparison to SQL. Like literally nothing new. It's completely the same, right? Well, modulo semantics or whatnot, but yeah. And then you have this navigational thing, which basically tries to explore some connections between nodes in a manner that's not fixed. So most common thing is gonna be looking paths in a graph where I don't have the length of the path bounded in advance. And in this talk, I will tell you all about path queries that you ever wanted to know. If you want to see a detailed survey of this, I'm going to leave a bunch of references in the talk and for most of the things I'm going to talk about. So you can look into that. Okay, so path queries. What's that? Okay, let's try to figure out. So what are path queries doing? Well, we said that graph is, data and connections between entities that we have in our data. So paths are all about exploring connections. And what they do is, well, they explore connections, traversing a path in the graph whose length is not known in advance, right? And what we're going to see, how this is usually specified, that the edges that we are exploring are repeated in some regular manner. I'm going to define this on the next slide. So example of this would be, I'm in a social network and I want to know all of the friends of some person. And then I want to start repeating this. I want a person, their friends, friend of their friends, friend of their friends, etc., recursively, right? So I'm exploring paths whose final length I don't know in advance, right? So this would be like transitive closure of all the edges that are labeled with nodes in a social network. Then I'm going to have this example of Bacon or Erdos number, right? Erdos number is a graph property. Like I'm starting with Erdos, I'm traversing a graph where he wrote papers with someone, right? They go from Erdos to the paper, from paper to the other person, from this person to the paper, etc. So I'm exploring this thing. Or a typical example would be finding shortest paths or shortest routes between two places. Okay, so how are we going to specify path queries? This is usually done by a regular expression. So your query is just a regular expression. And now recall our setting. We have a graph where edges are labeled. So what does the query return? Well, we're interested in the paths such that when I take the path and I read the edge labels, I concatenate them as if they were letters in an alphabet, I get a word that belongs to the regular language, right? And then what I'm going to return typically are nodes connected by such a path. This is actually the type of navigational queries, the only type of navigational queries that's really supported in existing graph database systems, both in Sparkle systems via this mechanism called property paths, not to be confused with property graphs, right? Sparkle is edge labeled graph and supports path queries that are called property paths. On the other side, property graphs are this bigger model where path queries are usually supported in this cipher language or some of its derivatives. And this is like de facto standard in the research literature as well to specify path queries. So let's do this formally now, before we get into some algorithms or how you would evaluate this. So unlike Aidan yesterday, I'm going to give you a flavor of query languages that are not over edge labeled graphs, but over property graphs. This is a family of languages that's based on a language that's called Cipher, and it has syntax like that this is trying to resemble ASCII art, like with the round brackets are supposed to be nodes and square brackets are supposed to be edges. And then I'm saying I want to match a pattern that connects nodes in a graph, and I want to return some of these things. So it's the same as the images you've seen in the talk yesterday, just in a concrete syntax that's used in practice. Okay, so path queries, or more precisely, regular path queries, because I said this is going to be the mechanism of how path queries are specified in practice. A regular path query is an expression that says node, edge, that's etiquetted with a regular expression, another node. And now I'm returning these two nodes. So x and y are variables. This is a regular expression. And what this means is, well, what I actually want you is to find all pairs of nodes x and y, such that I can get to y from x via some path where, and now this is the trick again, edges are labeled, so just read the labels along the path. Treat this as a word, and if the word belongs to the regular language of this regular expression here, then you've got your query answer. These are regular path queries, right? It's nothing very complicated. Yeah?
If I had a graph, in a very covariance semester of the same graph, and I was doing the fast query describing the variance of the same graph, and I used this with its tip of it.
Basically, can you express any graph query as a path query, or is it?
No. No. Once it's disconnected, you can't, and you can't express things that are like more complex that repeat itself. Like sometimes you want, I don't know, triangles to like loop around in a circle, and then this is your graph, something like this. You cannot express this with path queries. So there are properties that are not expressible by paths in graphs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But again, this is, so maybe we're still in the Stone Ages of graph databases. So this is where we're starting. It's with paths. So yeah, I can have some variations, right? So personally, I think this is like what theoreticians define. I think this is stupid because this is like asking you, I'm in a graph and give me everything. It's like you want to look for something, but you're not looking for anything here. Looking for, you have a bunch of relations, and now you're telling me I want to compute a relation that's potentially quadratically as big as what you already have. Usually when I want to get information out, I want to restrict what I have, right? So for me, and I'm gonna focus mostly when I talk about algorithms on these type of queries, it's the same thing, but I'm just saying, I want to start somewhere in a graph. And I want to see which nodes are reachable by some regular expression. Right, this is like Erdos number or Bacon number, right? I'm starting with Paul Erdos, and I'm saying, well, give me people who have a finite Erdos number. If not, I'm just asking, well, give me all pairs of people who eventually were connected by collaboration connections, which is a bit more vague now. So again, you have both options. There's nothing wrong with the other one. It's just a bit maybe too optimistic to think that this type of a query can actually be solved efficiently. But yeah. Okay, and then here, yeah, as I said, when I have one node fixed, and I'm just saying you start with this node, you traverse the graph the same way, and I want reachable nodes. And of course, you can have the most restricted variation where I'm just checking if two concrete nodes in a graph are connected by a path that conforms to some regular expression. So this is like the example, is there a sequence of direct flights from Santiago to Atlanta? Or something like that. You know. So also useful sometimes. Okay, so let's give an example. So I'm gonna give you this example with Kevin Bacon and Bacon number. So this is the same as Erdos number, but now with Kevin Bacon and starring in a movie with him or people who he knows. So this is the query up here that we have. It has, well, I start with Kevin Bacon and I'm saying, because this is my graph, well, I'm where some actor is, sorry, like this. And I'm saying, well, you go to a movie where he acted. So I traverse an acts in edge. And then I have to get the actors he acted in. So I go in reverse. So this is this syntax that allows me to traverse edges in both directions. This is nothing fancy, right? So it just tells me you can get the actor now. And the reflexive transitive closure tells me, well, you can repeat this. So basically in this graph, what's going on? I start with Kevin Bacon. I traverse this edge forwards, as this part of the query tells me. Then I traverse a similar edge backwards to get the first actor who acted in with Kevin Bacon in the same movie, right? And I'm gonna get the Sean Penn is one of the answers to my query. Of course, this doesn't stop, yeah? In this case, no, because I've said transitive closure, non-reflexive. If I said reflexive, then it would give me Kevin Bacon as well. So yeah, it's literal semantics of regular expressions. So empty word would be accepted if star was there, so I would just have this thing as well. It's just because I have the query here with plus, not with a star. Yeah, in this case. If there were, then yeah, it would be an answer. Okay, and then this is kind of the whole point. I'm not done when I found the first answer, right? Because I can keep on extending this path. So I can go from Sean Penn to another movie that he acted in, get the actors that acted in there. They're also a query answer now. I can continue this, I get another answer, and eventually I'm gonna also get that Paul Erdos has a finite Bacon number, right? Which is true. You can check it on Wikidata. Yeah. So there we go. So this is roughly how path queries work in graph databases. This is what you do. You do these types of traversals, right? So it looks all nice and easy, and it's kind of a trivial, no? So let's do the same thing that we did yesterday, and let's try out some queries, sorry. So let me see. I have to share, I think, my browser now. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. Zoom is not letting me do anything. So let's do, I guess I can increase the size a bit now so that this looks nicer. So let's like try to do this query, and let's start gently. So this is again Wikidata. It has identifiers. If you scroll over, we're gonna see this is actually what I was saying about, and this is cast member, well, acts in whatever you want, and then I get the actor. So I can execute this query, and eventually I'm gonna get a bunch of answers that are actors. Like I can check that this is indeed an actor who acted in the same movie as Kevin Bacon. So here we just did this first step, right, without recursion. So we can try to repeat that. Let's do stuff of length 2. It's running a bit, but okay, we're online. This is a live service that's running these queries, so there are a bunch of people running. Okay, let's hope this terminates. No, this should terminate. It's just rendering results. You can notice one thing. There are a lot more of them now, right? So yeah, it took time. It computed something, it's good. So let's do the thing that we said we were gonna do now, the one with the, with reflexive transitive closure. So I'm gonna let this run, and I can keep on talking now. We'll see what's going on. Do you think, so does this look easy to you? Like these type of queries, or do you think they're gonna be very difficult to evaluate? Yeah?
If you are giving the result in an online fashion,
Yeah.
like a page of 10, and then if the user wants 10 more, that could be easier.
Yeah,
but if you want to compute all of them.
No, but Jeremy, I tricked you. Look at this. I put one thing that says limit 1 here. This means I just want one result.
Okay. I would have said yes, it should be
okay.
relatively easy.
Let's wait. It's 1 minute until it times out.
So does this do sort of the relational algebra optimization? Like, does it look at the limit 1 before it computes the whole thing, or no? Okay.
I don't know.
Apparently
well, what do
not.
you think?
No, so it's doing a BFS. And
What's doing it? Okay, let's do another trick. Let's do another thing. So if I do this with a star, let me just figure out which keyboard I'm using, if it's gonna run. So what's the, I'm asking for one answer. What's the first answer for this query? Yeah, I'm saying go from Kevin Bacon and give me something of length 0. Okay. So 0 or more, but yeah, but I mean, any way you evaluate this query, 0 comes first, no? You're not gonna first do 1, and then you're gonna go back to 0, and then you're gonna go to 2, right? So there is some funny business going on here. But it's funny that you mentioned that you think BFS doesn't work. Well, but we'll get to that. No, but this limit is on the whole thing. So if the engine says, I'm asking you for limit 1, I'm not asking you to, I'm asking you one query answer. Doesn't matter if you have 10 million. Just give me one.
So if you replace star by 0, it should pass.
Yes, but this is what I showed you before, right? When I don't have a star, when I don't have a regular, well, I have this finite style regular expression that worked kind of okay, right? So this is something I've been talking about for years. Well, there we go. We wasted 1 minute again of our lives. So yeah, there's something odd here now. And now I'm gonna try to tell you that this is easy to solve, that bunch of other variations are also easy to solve. with the most stupid algorithm you can think of, and that this works in practice. So let's try to get there. So let's see what's going on here. So let's try to answer question how to evaluate these queries. And you already said like this is kind of easy, and this has been like common knowledge. So when I started working on graph databases like in 2010, everything was already known. So they told me evaluating these queries is solved. It's been solved in 87 by Mendelssohn and Wood. And what they basically said is, well, conceptually, this is trivial. Now, your graph is an edge labeled, so think of it as an automaton. Your query is a regular expression, so convert it to a finite state automaton. Do the product construction of the two, right? It's clear how this would work, right? Yeah, and then you're gonna say, well, think of these queries where I start in some node. So then I have this big product automaton, and my start state, my initial state is initial state of the automaton, pair the node I'm starting the search from, and then I just need to do reachability to all the final states, and I continue saturating this. Of course, I don't want to build a cross product because this inflates the size of the data already, so I'm gonna do this on the fly construction, right? Which means I just build from where I start and I explore my neighborhood. I'm gonna give an example of this. And I check when I reach an end state, I return a result. So I have a bunch of algorithms to do this, right? BFS, DFS, A star, ID, DFS. Which one were you thought was the best one from these four? Yeah. No, because I was taught that A star was best. And it was the best in some scenarios, but then in the bigger ones, it wasn't. So I was surprised. Anyway, food for thought. So let's see how this actually works. Let's illustrate this thing I said. What's the product construction? What does it mean to build it on the fly? And how do I get query results from this? So this is my graph now. I'm going to change. It's the same spirit, right? I have movies. I have actors who acted in a movie. And I'm more in an RDF style graph. So I have actual strings with actors' names like in the end. And I need to reach them with the name. Now, so I guess you could think of this as an automaton. Modulo this thing that some edges go in reverse. But hey, this just means that I go in reverse and I have some syntax for that, right? So you can think this is the start node, then these are the end nodes and whatnot. Okay, and then I'm gonna do my Kevin Bacon query in this graph. It changes a bit. It's this thing now. It says, well, you go from Kevin Bacon. Let's see how this was. You go actor edge in reverse and then actor edge forwards, and then you repeat this, right, recursively. And eventually you need to get the name of the actor. So this is what changes in the graph. So the automaton for this query is here, right? I start in the actor. I move with actor backwards to a movie, go back to an actor, and I get a final state by seeing a name of the actor. So now let's apply the construction I just said. This to the left is my automaton. And now I'm building the product graph on the fly and computing the thing. So as we said, I start initial state of the automaton, which is Q actor, and I tag the node in the graph where I'm starting with this initial state. So I'm Kevin Bacon, and I'm in the state of the automaton. That's Q actor, right? Then what this thing is saying, go to the movie node in reverse. Okay, I'm going here, I get this movie, you tag it with the state of the automaton you reach, which is the Q movie, this one here. And now you repeat. You're in a movie, right? The automaton tells you now you need to see a forwards actor edge. Okay, so this means I see a forward actor's edge, I get some of the nodes here, get the actor, etc. So here I'm gonna be exploring first the graph in DFS style, right? I'm just gonna get in one level, one expansion, right? To the forwards and just keep on going. Okay. Again, with an actor, we're here and we repeat the same process. Get another movie, let's say it's this one, get an actor, and finally I can get a name and get a result. Of course, this was already, I could get a result here, right? but this is just an illustration of what type of things the automaton would do here, well, the construction. So here, when I run DFS, this works, but it can have maybe longer paths than the shortest ones, right? Just because of how DFS works, but nothing spectacular. If I do BFS, now it's the same thing, just now I have a bigger branching factor everywhere. And then maybe I'll, I keep on doing this, and maybe it's gonna take longer to get to the first result because I have to expand maybe nodes with a big fan out in each step, but I get shorter spots. So there are trade-offs of each one. But so this is kind of how this theoretical, well, this how graph database theorists have been solving the problem works, actually. It's like this illustration. So again, the simple idea is graph is an automata, query is an automaton, you do the cross product, you have one initial state from which you do reachability with your favorite algorithm until you reach some pair that's tagged with a final state of the automaton. Yeah.
This is without any indexing.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the general structure of the algorithm. There is no index yet. Yeah, I'm just saying, let's assume that when you're in a node and I tell you I want neighbors that I can reach with an edge that's labeled actor, I can get this somehow. So I'm just talking about the general structure of what this should do. You don't even have to have an index for this, right? You can just brute force everything reading the whole file of it, like list of edges or whatever. Of course, yeah, this is how this would work in an algorithm state. So this is either BFS or DFS, depending on what this thing is. And I mean, nothing special happens here, right? Like what I'm gonna have for bookkeeping here is just node I'm at, state of the automaton, and node I came from, right? But this last part you can forget for now. Okay, and then I run my BFS. I start with my, Kevin Bacon Q0 in our example. I put it on the stack or queue or whatever it is, and then I keep on repeating. I pop the thing, right? I have the node, the state of the automaton, the previous node. Then I iterate over all the neighbors. If I haven't visited them yet, then I put them onto the structure and I keep on computing this. Right, so usually we have these two things, like the open thing, which is the nodes that are currently being explored by the algorithm, and the visited one, which keep track of the ones that have been visited so far so that we don't end in an infinite loop, right? This is the only reason to have this thing. Okay, so I know you all know this algorithm. This is just the version with regex. It's just here because everything I'm gonna talk going forwards is gonna be based on this algorithm. Okay, so question about indexes. Doesn't matter how your graph is implemented, stored, you can implement this algorithm, right? So let's say you have in-memory representation of edges. Well, this is the only place, right, where you iterate over the neighbors, where you need access to this, nothing else. Okay, if it's in a B+3, you use the B+3 to get the neighbors, and that's it. Nothing spectacular. Okay, so let's check out a real database engine now and see how it works. Should be this one. You can't see this. I need to share again. Let's hope this doesn't crash now. Okay, I have too much stuff here. Let me delete some things. So we have the same query in another engine that's called MillenniumDB, and we're gonna talk about this a bit tomorrow. What this thing is, if I run my query, the Kevin Bacon query, I can get a bunch of results quickly. I can get more of them. And if I want 10,000, now it has to work a bit. Well, not so much. And then I get all the things that I wanted before. So this engine in particular is implementing the BFS algorithm with on-disk storage of the graph via B+3s. So this is kind of a proof of concept that this very basic algorithm actually works for this thing, and it actually allows you to do a bunch more things. So I'm gonna show you another thing here quickly. And I'm gonna then explain what this means. Okay, let's see something more friendly, like this. You can actually return paths, which is something that we didn't talk about before. And you actually know how to do this, right? Because BFS allows you to return, well, not many paths, but one shortest paths, or DFS. So this is kind of this idea, if I'm returning nodes, maybe I want, and which nodes? Nodes that are reachable by a path that conforms to the regular expression, then it might make sense to say, well, you know, I also want a witness for this. Okay, so this is kind of a nice quirk of the algorithms we've seen so far. They can return this with no issue. But yeah, the question, okay, here we go, still remains why these other engines didn't work. No idea. Like I've been giving this talk for like 7-8 years. So yeah, they still don't work. Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, sometimes they do. And but just when you know how to be particularly nasty to them, they don't.
Transform everything in relational queries and run a relational database on
No,
it?
no, it runs Sparkle. And technically they claim to implement Dijkstra's algorithm, well, BFS in this case. So I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to tell you that conceptually, I think we know how to evaluate these queries. Now, why this was not done in practice, I can't control what other people do. Basically, so yeah. But let's see something more interesting now. So let's try to see what's going on. So I'm gonna give you an explanation of why other engines might get into trouble, although they shouldn't according to their own standard. But that's another thing. Now let's see what can happen. So we're starting in a node. We're returning a bunch of nodes reachable by paths. Okay, and then the question is, okay, we traverse paths, and it might actually matter which paths we consider to be valid. Right, and this is, what am I talking about here? If you know graph theory, then maybe you're confused when I say a path. It's not a path. For mathematicians, what I'm using as a path is called a walk, right? It's a sequence of node, edge, node, edge, node, edge, right? I'm using path for this thing because that's what's used in databases. So the question here is, when I'm saying, okay, give me the nodes reachable by a path that conforms to regular expression, well, which paths are going to be valid? Is it going to be all paths? Is it going to be simple paths, meaning paths that don't repeat any node? Is it going to be trails, which means paths that don't repeat any edge? So what's going to go there? So as we've seen in theoretical analysis, we can use BFS or DFS to get a kind of a nice polynomial algorithm for the arbitrary path semantics here, if we allow all paths. Okay, so this is all good. But if you use something like simple paths, then this is NP-hard. Now, like, if you think about it, I'm going to have an example later. Like, what's the issue here? Well, with simple paths, you don't know the cutoff point, as you do in BFS, that you kind of reach this thing, right? You might have to keep on going beyond paths that are longer than the shortest one. Sure, you know the longest one is length of size of the number of vertices, but the complexity of this is V2V now, which is exponential. So, and the proof that this is NP-hard is that with when you have regular expressions, right, like in this thing, and you do like query that says 1, 1, or like AA star, you can code this problem of checking if there is an even length path in a graph, which is known to be NP-hard, right? Again, there is some like subtle things of which particular problem we're looking at as a decision problem and why this is NP-hard. But yeah, when you look at simple paths, and again, I'm gonna get into this a bit later with an example to show why you might need to do extra work as compared to this algorithm, it might get there, right? So might be that these engines work poorly because they're solving an NP-hard problem. Might be. Technically it shouldn't be. The thing I showed you was a Sparkle engine. Sparkle has a standard. Standard says you should not do this. You should not use simple paths. You should not count the number of paths, which is also, well, this is a sharp peak. Like sometimes you could say, well, maybe it's okay, but they're gonna try to construct all the paths of finite length with some parameter, right? Like the number of nodes in the graph. And then you would get into, they want to count how many paths are there. So this is also a sharp peak complete problem, but these things have been studied and they're prohibited from the standard. There are engines that actually use trail semantics, which is also NP-hard. So trails is you don't repeat edges. So this is again NP-hard because this is the same as simple paths, but now you think of nodes as edges and edges as nodes. There will be something like this. Okay. So basically, these things shouldn't be working well somehow, the trails, because BFS or DFS doesn't work. Well, I'm going to show you how BFS can be made to work. Not really BFS, but something in the spirit to actually do these things as well. Yeah.
This time with the microphone. You seems to use NP-hard or Sharpie-hard as the finite word. But if you use Google Maps, you're sending instances of the traveling salesman problem all the time, and you don't have a collapse psychological because you're solving an NP-hard problem. So it shouldn't be the end word. If the instances in practice are easy, you could use any heuristic, and that would be why you can trick it into a collapse by choosing nasty instances.
But
can you say just a small word on it before moving?
Yes. So no. No, look, the thing is that the instance I showed you is not particularly nasty. Because I'm going to show you, I'm going to tell you that, well, you can solve this under the trail semantics, which is NP-hard, with the most stupid algorithm, and this is still going to work on this particular graph with this particular query. Well, up to certain lengths that you need to saturate. I'm going to tell a bit about this. But again, the point here is this thing didn't work, but it didn't work in an engine that explicitly says, I do not implement this semantics that's NP-hard. So it's kind of a, there is something weird going on there. But let's see why maybe they get confused, all these engines. Let's try to see what maybe they're trying to do, and then they can get into some troubles. And then let's see that these troubles can also be resolved very easily in this theoretical, at least, manner. Okay, so let's talk about returning paths. So up to now, we've just been returning nodes. So what now if the user says, well, okay, you're going to give me reachable nodes, but I also want a path that witnesses this query answer. Okay, so I'm going to add this into the syntax of the language. I'm going to be able to push a variable inside of the edge. And then if the edge is a regular expression, this is going to bind to a path. Okay, so this returns all reachable nodes X via path that conforms to regular expression, right? And one path reaching this node. Okay, now we're going to return paths. So now we need to be careful and explain, well, which paths are you going to return? So let's give an example. I have this tiny graph, which is actually a nasty instance for the semantics we've been using so far, which has two nodes, Q1 and Q2. They're connected by edges that are labeled by nodes. You can ignore this E2 for now. It's not important for us here. Okay, and what's my query? Well, I'm saying you're going to start in Q1, and you're going to traverse nose edges as many times as you want until you reach a node, and then you're going to return me the reached node and the path. So as you can see, if I consider all paths as we did up till now, this is infinite, right? Because I can start in Q1, nose, Q2, this is my first path, right? Nose, again, Q1. Well, the second answer, again, I can go to Q2. So I can go Q1, Q2, Q1, Q2. So now I have path of length 3, then I can have length 4, 5, 6, any natural number, right? So if I allow all paths, there are infinitely many of them. So maybe we should forget about this thing. Oddly enough, I'm going to tell you that you can represent these infinitely many paths in a finite way, right? Yes. No. With the graph. I mean, yeah. But yeah, that's another topic. Not sure we're going to manage to get there. So because of this, because there can be an infinitely many paths, when graph query languages and standards, when they talk about returning paths, what they do is they restrict the universe of all paths that are considered valid for a query answer. So in particular, they're going to consider 4 options. It's either we're going to only consider trails, which means paths that don't repeat an edge. So in this case, well, this would be valid, Q1, Q2, then Q1, Q2, Q1, right? No, but then if I start to go here, I can't have a path of length 3 because the edge E1 would be repeated. The second option is all simple paths, which disallow repeating nodes. So I would have only Q1, Q2 as the only allowed path. And then I have 2 other lightweight options, right? One of them is non-deterministic and says, well, for a reached node, you can have millions, infinitely many paths that reach it. I only wish one. I don't care which one, just give me one, right? So this is finite by definition. And finally, we have the all shortest path semantics, which says, well, from some node, you can reach another node with many paths, but I'm going to ask you of these many, you're going to give me all the shortest ones, nothing else. So there may be multiple shortest paths between 2 nodes in a graph. Let's say I want all of them. Okay, so let's see how our old friend BFS can solve all of these problems, namely how it can compute all of these paths here. And when I say BFS, it's not going to be BFS, but it's going to use the idea that I start in a node, I see its neighbors, I see their neighbors, I see their neighbors, so I expand my search frontier by length 1 in each step in a graph. Okay, again, what the theory tells us, all paths is infinite. So tough luck. Actually, this is the reason why systems and standards just prohibit returning all paths. They say, no, we're done here. Let's not even talk about it. And then what they prescribe is when you're returning paths, you're either in one of these 4 cases. Given that even deciding if there is an answer under the simple or trail semantics, of course, returning paths is also NP hard, but it works in practice, right? We'll see why. And we're gonna focus mostly on this. Let's see if this works. No, all shortest paths. And we're gonna explain how to solve this problem. And as I said, all of these are kind of solvable with BFS or BFS-like algorithms. So let's go and solve them one by one, as many as we manage in this talk in the next 20 minutes. So the first one we already solved. I just tricked you and didn't tell you that we solved it in the slide that had the BFS/DFS thing. Let's say I just want to return one path, right? So, and with regular expressions and whatnot. So this is why we're storing this third thing in the data structure. So restoring within the graph, state of the automaton, and the node we came from. Well, technically we store the pair node, comma, automaton state, right? We can play a bit about this. Okay, and then we run the same algorithm we've seen before. And just now, anytime we reach a final state, we have this visited thing that tells us, well, how we came to each node. So we can just follow backwards pointers and get to the start, right? This is the same BFS that you have in Corman lizards and rivers, right? It's just using pairs now as the states in the graph instead of single nodes. Nothing else. Modulo some tiny details, which I'm omitting here, but yeah. So the one I want us to analyze a bit more is this all shortest paths. So let's say I'm gonna tell you, I want people with a finite Bacon number, and for each of them, I want you to give me all the shortest paths that are reaching them. So I'm not sure if in our engine this works. Let's try. Maybe we crash now. Should try it without sharing screen first. No, I'm lying. I already tried it. Should work. I'm gonna play nice now. So this is gonna be, I think, the syntax. Let's try with something like this. Should it work? It's a bit boring. Let's see if there are some repeated results. Yeah, This is the one I wanted to show you. So I start always with this Kevin Bacon node, so I can reach this node here, which is some actor, and then it's gonna list me is all the shortest paths that reach this node. Right, in this case, there are several of them. So let's now try to think, and let's try to show how this will be solved, conceptually at least, without all the indexing stuff, etc. So let's try to think about returning all shortest paths. So for this, let's go back to the usual thing, right? This is the BFS you know. It's like you learned in what, year 2 of computer science. Right, so I have my data structure open, which is my queue. I have this visited, which is a set, hash map, whatever you want it to be. Now what I'm exploring is pairs, current node, previous node, right? To be able to reconstruct one path. Okay, push this onto the queue, push it, say I already visited it, keep on running. For each current node n, I see all of its neighbors n prime. If they haven't been visited yet, well, my next pair is n prime n, meaning the node you're going to is n prime, the predecessor on the shortest path is n, right? And then you keep on repeating. Okay, now let's solve this all shortest thing. So I'm gonna solve this problem now. I'm gonna give you a graph, no graph database, like your normal graph that you all love and hate and as much, yeah. VE, just vertices and edges, and I fix a node V. So what am I solving now? Find all reachable nodes V prime from V in your graph, and for each of these nodes, give me all the shortest paths that are connecting them. Okay, so this is kind of like this, no? If I look at this graph from V to N4, I have 3 paths, and accidentally all of them are shortest paths. So I want to return all 3 of them. The classical BFS would just do the first one, right? And then when it would expand this node, it would quit because N4 was already visited. And that's kind of how you solve the problem. Now you don't quit, you know. This is the algorithm, self-explanatory. So now skip it. No, so let's try, I'm gonna give an example later, but basically the idea is as follows. So now my bookkeeping structure is gonna contain triples, which are gonna have what? They're gonna have the node where I'm currently at, the length of the shortest path reaching that node, right? And it's gonna have a list of pointers to all the nodes that are immediately before on any shortest path visiting this node. We'll get to an example later. So what's the kicker here? Basically, well, let's see. So I'm here when I'm exploring the neighbors of some node n. Well, if n prime is a neighbor that hasn't been visited yet, so it's visited the first time, it's the first shortest path visiting it. So I'm storing this depth I have plus 1, this and this, I initiate the previous list with the current node. The interesting thing is when I revisit a node, right? When n prime was already visited, well, then I get what I bookkeeped for n prime. What's the length of the shortest path reaching it and the list of previous nodes on previous on the shortest path. And then if the depth is precisely the shortest, the depth I have now plus 1 is precisely the shortest depth, this means I found another shortest path to my node, right? So I just update my list. So let's see this on an example. It's going to be a bit clearer. So this is my graph, right? This nasty thing here with 3 shortest paths between V and N5. And what my algorithm is actually doing, conceptually, in this visited thing, it's constructing a DAG, which allows me to enumerate all shortest paths. And let's see what it's doing actually. So when I start, I have this bookkeeping structure that says node, depth of the shortest path reaching it. Well, I started here. And then a list of pointers, let's say in this structure, to the previous nodes on any shortest path reaching it, the immediately previous ones, right? So this is how the expansion would work now. I have this thing on my queue, I pop it, well, explore its neighbors. So it's N1, N2, and 3, right? Get N1, wasn't visited before, depth is going to be 1, update the structure, you get this thing. And 2, same thing, wasn't visited before, I added depth 1, etc., and then N3. Okay, and then I continue. It's classical BFS, I just have some extra stuff in it, right? So now I'm going to pop, my queue looks like this now, N1 and N3, well, with this thing. So I pop this one, say, look at its neighbors. Well, it's N4, you reached it with depth 2, nothing special. Now it's where this difference really comes in, right? I popped N21. It says, look at its neighbors. Well, it's N4. Okay, N4 was already visited. Well, it was visited with part of what? Depth 2, which is 1 plus 1. Ah, so there is a shortest path that reaches it from here. Okay, so you just add it to the list here. And that's how it's going to now work with N3. Well, with N4, there is just one choice. So this is what the algorithm does. So basically what I do here is when I construct this thing, if I take any node and I, well, basically DFS all the paths from here to this bottom, I get the shortest paths to this node in the graph. That's it. That's the algorithm. So let's see what's the complexity of this thing. Might be a bit weird to measure this thing because sometimes the output is just big. So we have this example of a graph here, which is a bunch of diamonds. I think Travis had precisely the same graph yesterday on the slide. I didn't understand what your graph means, but it looked structurally the same. So what happens here is if I look at node X and I look at node Y, and I have n of these diamonds, there are 2 to the n shortest paths from X to Y. Accidentally, they're all trails and they're all simple paths, but this is not important here. It's just, even I have 2 to the n shortest paths here. Okay, so if my problem says this is your input, and as a result, you need to give me all the shortest paths, then it's very unfair to measure the complexity in the input, right? Because I'm telling you, you have to write down 2 to the n elements. Like you have to at least output 1 bit for each one of them. Well, then you can't tell me that this is not affecting my complexity. You know, if you're just asking me write 2 to the n paths, I need to write 2 to the n paths, one after the other. Even if I just use 1 bit for each, it's still 2 to the n. So the point here I'm trying to raise is that we need to look to analyze really the complexity of these problems is this class of enumeration algorithms, which kind of consider the size of the output in the running time of the algorithm. So typically enumeration algorithms work in 2 phases. In first stage, they build like a data structure that encodes the output, and this is hopefully in polynomial time. And then in the second phase, they can enumerate results one by one and without repeating any result, right? So it's really, they just write down results. And then basically the running time is measured in the size of the input plus the size of the output. Mainly output is the parameter for complexity here, right? And this is kind of what happens. Pre-computation is the part that really depends on the input, and then enumeration should ideally just write down the output one by one. So it's just linear in the size of the output. And the class of algorithms that are interesting to me are these that are output linear, because we're going to outputting paths. So the optimal algorithms are what's called constant delay algorithms. That means that they build this structure that encodes the results, and then they output results one by one with constant delay. But if you look at paths, path can be of the size of the graph. So you can't have constant delay, right? You have the delay that's length of the path. So there's this concept of output linear delay, which says it's linear in the size of the output, namely in the length of the path. Yeah?
I totally agree with you.
I totally agree that taking into account the output size is necessary to study those algorithms, but that's definitely not specific to graph queries. I mean, this was also true in relational database. And I think, I'm not a specialist, but in relational database, people are already doing it, or do I miss a point? And there's additional parameters that you could take account, that's the certificate when you want to justify that your answer is
No,
the
I'm not
correct
saying
one.
this is new. I'm just saying for these particular algorithms, I think this is a better paradigm to measure the complexity. I'm not saying it's specific. I'm not saying this is what we invented in our research. This has been around for a long time.
Okay.
Actually, I think in databases, it's even too optimistic. They use constant delay, which in graph databases, you just can't get due to, I mean, you can't, I'm saying you can't get constant delay if you need to write down paths. Right, so this is my point. It doesn't matter, this was just to tell you that this was kind of a considered. So if we go back to regular queries, now we know how to solve our all shortest path problem, no? Because let's solve it in an abstract way. As theoreticians, graph is an automaton of the regex is an automaton. I build a cross product. Now I forget that this is a graph and this is a automaton. I say now this is a graph for me. And now I do my fancy algorithm for all shortest paths in a graph on this product graph. Modulo regular expressions and the same thing we had before. So this is what this would look like. I know it's ugly, there's a lot of details. It's the very first algorithm we've seen. It just takes into account this thing that you can revisit some of the nodes in the product graph. Has some technical details. Namely, my automata need to be unambiguous. I can tell you more about this if you want to know about it. And now this is what I wanted to get at. We can actually, this just means we can enumerate all shortest paths with this output linear delay. Again, this output linear means we built this product graph on the fly in size of, well, with one read of the data. So it's linear also in the data. And then from this DAG, we just output paths by writing them down node by node. That's it. Okay, so I promised we're gonna solve everything. We're good on time. We have 5 minutes to solve NP hard problems. So let's solve this thing under the simple path semantics. Let's see how can I return all simple paths. Okay, so again, simple paths sound like they should be simpler than the shortest paths because they, you know, there's this issue. If you're in a normal graph, every shortest path is a simple path, right? But if you have regular expressions, this is not the case anymore. Here is the example, right? If my regular expression is a plus b, and I want to go from x to y, no? Then the shortest one would be like x n1, n1x, xy. And it conforms to the regular expression a plus b. But this is not a simple path because it has to repeat an x, right? So this is the whole issue. So I'd have to go x, n1, n2, n3, and then y. So it's the shortest simple path is longer than the shortest arbitrary path. That's what happens when you put regular expressions into the mix. So let's solve this with a BFS style algorithm. And by BFS style, I mean I explore paths of length 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. So basically, the best algorithm, if we believe the P is different from NP, is just to brute force it, right? So I just go, start here, I start with my start node, X, right? Tag it with the state of the automaton, and now I expand. Well, I want to go with an A in the product, so the only place I can go is here. This is where we expand. Okay, now I'm here. I can either stay here or move forward. So this allows me two things. Either I can go back to X, or I can go from N1 to N2. So I have these two options. Again, I'm just brute forcing this thing. And now the only change to my brute force algorithm that has this prefix tree of all the paths that have been explored so far that start from X is, well, let's check if when I expand for one step, this is still a simple path. Well, this one is not, so I'm gonna disregard it. And then I keep on my expansion. And if I hit eventually a final state, I know I have a result. And this is how I'm gonna construct all simple paths in the end. The algorithm is gonna terminate because simple path can not have more than size of the graph number of nodes, right? So this is kind of the rough idea of what the algorithm would be. Well, now I can return it. It would look like this. You can squish it into my BFS pseudocode, and it would look like this. So basically, for simple paths, the best, I mean, if P is different from NP, then technically the best algorithm is just to like do this prefix tree of all the paths that you've been exploring, right? And if it weren't, you would have a polynomial time algorithm for an NP hard problem. So yeah, there should be a better algorithm, I guess, if you can approximate some stuff, etc. But maybe this thing. The funny thing here is this is an exponential algorithm, right? In the worst case, but this kind of shows in this data, it's super tame. Actually, and this is what happens why this is used in practice. Like real data is not that wild. It doesn't have huge branching factors that afterwards merge. Or like huge, usually if you have a branch on a path, sure, but then the paths you continue exploring are gonna be linear mostly. This is why these things can be made to work in practice, not because we know how to solve NP hard problems. Okay, trails, I mean, they're basically the same thing. You just play around with this thing and you're gonna get there. Okay, 1 minute. Representing sets of paths. So this thing has 2 to the n paths from x to y that are even all shortest trails and simple. There are 2 to the n of them that conform to this RPQ A star when everything is labeled by A. But to represent all of them for enumeration, I can just do this, right? I can say, well, if I have this thing from y, I just can enumerate all the paths. So there is this thing which might be interesting for your community that we started exploring later, is that in a database, you often don't have to materialize the results. You just need some representation that allows you to access them. And this is then piped to another operator that does something. So there is maybe some interesting work that can be done on representing sets of paths that are a query answer. So we started some work on this, which is very naive. We know how to do this thing for all shortest paths that I showed you, but not much more, to be honest. Okay, that's it. What did we learn? That path queries are just automata stuff and they can be made to work. We're gonna show tomorrow a bit that it works in practice. And what did we not learn? Well, there is a whole spectrum of other path and navigational queries that you can do that actually take into account the data points in property graphs, that you can have more complex patterns that are not just paths now, but can, I don't know, be some whatever geometrical shape drawn by nodes you have, and then it repeats somehow recursively, etc., etc. And of course, we didn't even touch this thing that, well, path query can be part of a join query. And Aidan promised to solve this with worst case optimal stuff. Good luck. You're gonna see that tomorrow. So yeah, thanks a lot. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm stealing Jeremy's question. But when you said that if P is not equal to NP, this is the best we can do. So okay, I'm gonna take a bit of an issue with that. But then you also said afterwards, it's like, okay, they don't have huge branching factor and then rejoin. So I'm pretty sure Jeremy is going to ask you about what if you parameterize it on not having big branching factor that rejoins?
No, no, it's still hard. It's still hard.
Okay, but
it's still hard.
So what I was going to ask is the simple question is, so for example, there are lots of things where the problem is NP hard, and the brute force algorithm is still not actually the best we can do, because you get things and it's like, yeah, okay, it's n to the 1.89 blah blah blah, and instead of you're no, sorry, 1 to the 1.89 to the n, sorry, instead of 2 to the n.
Okay, no, yeah, you're completely right here. This is just my oversimplification. You should translate this. This is the only algorithm that came to my mind when I looked into this for half an hour. So yeah. No, I'm pretty sure you could have, especially if you can kind of as you said, parameterize the structure of the graph. Then I think you can actually drop down to polynomial. I mean, obviously you can drop down to polynomial time then, right? Yeah. No, but again, this is what I'm saying. This has been around for a while, at least in databases. And as I've shown you, the state of the art is that not even the basic stuff of reachability works. So I'm just trying to say, well, maybe there are some interesting problems to look at.
Really, no one else? Okay, so I was planning to have this over lunch. I had another question. So no, really, I really like the graph queries that I then presented, and I really like the path queries, and I do think that the better analysis would improve. But my question is more in practice, what kind of query do people want? Did you do a survey? And for instance, the kind of query, the triangular one that you mentioned or something, that won't be, it could be a trail, like a walkway, but asking how many people have more than 6 grandchildren or thing like that.
Yeah.
That's not a path query, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's fixed length, you mean, that's why. You mean
Yes.
because it's a fixed length?
No, because you're going up and down. You have a path to your grandchild, and then you go up, another path to another grandchild, and another path to the grandchild. Is it a path query, or is it a different type of queries? And does it happen in practice?
Okay, yes. So there is a new standard for graph query languages that's called GQL. And it's trying, basically, as Aidan told you, for edge label graphs, you have this Sparkle standard, and that's how people do it. For property graphs, it's like a jungle right now, and ISO is trying to put like a definitive word. And they came up with this thing that's called GQL that would allow you to do this along a path. Like you could have a variable that references that you come back to it. And this is very interesting because we don't even have an automaton model for this yet. So because what I presented here is easy in finite state automaton, because I don't have to keep track where I came from or whether I just like go. Right? And in this thing, we have no idea yet what it's going to be. Not even this automaton model to capture this. So yeah. But this was your talk, Aidan. Why are you asking questions?
I'm not. I'm just I'm just commenting. I think what Jeremy is talking about is much simpler. He's just talking about you have one variable in the middle of BGP. So you have a variable in the middle, and then you have 6 children coming out.
Yeah, but if you don't know the number of children, you have to have a recursive mechanism to reference to them. I think that
you can easily do that in Sparkle. What Jeremy is talking about, though, no? So the other thing about what people want is that we do have access to the Wikidata logs, for example. So we have access to millions of real queries, and we run experiments with real queries, real path queries, and real BGPs.
And they are used in practice, not very complicated ones.
We could, there's some specific ones like this instance of followed by 0 many subclass that are used in millions of queries, for example, as a path. Okay. No questions, though.
Okay, I would just say, but that's cheating. I mean, if you look at the logs and you say, this is what people want, this isn't maybe what people want, but this is what people can ask in this language. It's like, look, this is what people use my program for, so that's what people want. It's like, well, no, actually, they just can't do what they wanted with my program. Sorry.
But that's why we implemented all of these things that works. Now they can use them.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just kidding around.
No, yeah, but this is actually a point. We get this comment a lot when we say how we did the experiments. All right, so thanks everyone. Sorry for going overtime, and yeah, see you tomorrow.
Okay, now we have lunch in the same place. And at 3, we have to meet here in the hall. And we start the tour in the university. And at 4:30, we have to take the buses to the dinner place.